You ready, David?
Rock and roll. Wight County School Board's in session. Madam Clerk, would you call a roll, please?
Mr. Cunningham?
Present.
Mrs. Perkins?
Here.
Mr. Colick?
Present.
Mr. Wooster?
Here.
And Mr. Marsh?
Here.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the agenda for closed session as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes, motion passes.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the agenda for open session as presented.
Yay.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes, motion passes.
Mr. Chair, I move to go into closed session to review the personnel report and addendum posted on board docs under personnel tab number 19.1 as authorized by Virginia Code 2.2-3711A1 for purposes of discussion and consideration of prospective candidates of Isle of Wight Public Schools for employment, contract changes, transfers, salary adjustments, supplemental contracts, deletions, supplemental pay, resignations of Isle of Wight County Public Schools employees.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yes.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes, motion passes. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone speaking in closed session?
No, sir.
Okay, very well. On that, we'll go to closed session. Good evening. The Wight County School Board is in session.
Mr. Chair, I move that the closed meeting was conducted in conformity with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act as required by Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia, and certify that only public matters or public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements were discussed, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes, motion passes. Good evening, everybody. It's November 14th, and we're going to do something a little bit different tonight. Mrs. Briggs has something special, so over to you, ma'am.
Hello. It's always bad to be the first one on the mic. But anyway, we do have a special performance tonight. I am delighted to welcome students from Westside Elementary School who will be leading us tonight in our moment of silence, singing of the national anthem, and closing with the Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, if everyone would please stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. Now we will have the singing of the national anthem. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. And we're going to have the students and Ms. Ammett make their way to, we want to stop them at the screen, I think. We're going to try to get a big group photo. Mr. Elliott is marching forward. And if there are any families here, if you want to hop up and get a photo at this time, this is when you should do it. So while they're doing that, I'll just comment that this is a first. This is a request from our board chair, Mr. Marsh, with support of the board. And we thought this would be a nice opportunity to showcase our students and just to show you how wonderful they are. Ms. Ammett just put up a sign-up list to see who was interested. And this is what she got. She got 30-some students who said, I'll be there. I'm ready to sing. So we commend them and their families for that commitment. Okay. Thank you again to Westside Elementary's chorus. Thank you, Ms. Ammett.
Thanks again, kiddos. I don't know about everybody else, but that warms my heart. So. All right. Again, it is November 14th. We are at Westside Elementary School for our regular monthly meeting, and we'll just kick it right off straight to you, Ms. Briggs, with the Isle of Wight Achievers.
Absolutely. The vision for Isle of Wight County Schools is to create a learning environment that will enable every child to discover his or her unique gifts and talents. How about that? We had them showcased tonight already. The Isle of Wight Achievers section of our board meeting gives us an opportunity to recognize and celebrate our students and staff for their unique talents and gifts. It also gives us a chance to recognize some of the sports and activities that don't always get the attention that others do, such as golf, Mr. Cunningham. Tonight, we are celebrating students from both Smithfield and Windsor High for outstanding seasons that started over the summer. So we are going to kick things off with Smithfield High, and just to run down the procedure for Achievers, when you hear your name, if you will come forward with your certificate, Dr. Coleman is going to hand you a pen, and we are going to have you line up in front facing the board. Then after we finish calling all of your team members up, we're going to have you proceed to the backdrop for a group photo. So the Smithfield High golf team finished third, which was one spot out of qualifying for state. However, 2 golfers did qualify for and compete in the state tournament. Senior Max Neff and freshman Tanner Brobst. So if they will come forward. Max finished tied, yep, very good. And you fellas can move on over this way. Max finished tied for 33rd and Tanner tied for 19th. Their head coach is Larry McKee, so if you'll face the board. And assistant coach is Stephen Kamek. We'll have both coaches come forward at this time as well. And we want to congratulate the Smithfield High team, the coaches, and certainly these 2 students for an outstanding season. And thank you very much for being with us tonight so we can recognize you. And we'll have you head over here to the backdrop for a photo. All right. Very good. Congratulations once again, and thank you. We also want to recognize Windsor High School's golf team. They won the Tri-Rivers District regular season and the district championship for the 3rd consecutive year. They have not lost a match in over 3 seasons. This year, they hosted the regional tournament at their home course, Sleepy Hole Golf Course in Suffolk. Windsor won the regional tournament with a score of 307 to beat the 2023 champion, Poquoson, by 5 strokes. It was very good. Even more, this was the first ever regional championship for a Windsor High School golf team and the first ever Windsor High golf team to make states. The team placed an impressive 6th in the state. And the team is coached by Ryan Pringle, so Coach Pringle will have you come up. And, yep, go ahead, big applause. And we'll get him to stand in front, and we'll call up the rest of the team. Players and individual accolades include Cannon Jones, John Schaefer, and we'll get y'all to, Cannon, if you would, we'll face the board. Thank you, Mr. Pringleton. Ryan Patterson. Lucas Patterson, who was named to the all-district team. Ryan Kaufman, who was also named to the all-district team. Rylan Zamansky, a freshman who was named to the all-district and all regional teams, hang on, and was selected as the District Player of the Year. And last but certainly not least, Kyler Holland, who was named to the all-district and all regional teams and finished 5th overall in the state tournament and made the all-state team. And they look like they're ready to go another round, don't they? So we want to congratulate the entire team, Coach Pringle, on a fabulous season, and we're so glad you could be here with us tonight. We'll have you head over to the backdrop so we can get a nice group photo. And once again, family members, friends, that's a great opportunity for you to hop up here if you want to get a photo as well. Yeah. Oh, and we also have Athletic Director Mr. Gaddis with us tonight from Windsor High. I wanted to shout out to Mr. Gaddis for being here. Yeah. All right. Congratulations once again, Windsor High. Appreciate it. Senior of the month. Okay. Now we're going to recognize our Seniors of the Month for November, beginning with Windsor High School. The Senior of the Month is Avery Rose. We're going to have Avery stand in the center, face the board, and let me read you some information about Avery. Avery demonstrates an impressive balance between academic goals and a variety of extracurricular activities. She has committed to 3 years of tennis, been an active member of the Scholastic Bowl team, and continues to pursue her love for art through drawing and painting. Her part-time job at the Franklin Country Club shows her work ethic, and her passion for helping reveals a genuine connection to wildlife beyond just academics, emphasizing her deep interest in amphibians and nature. This combination of academic focus, extracurricular engagement, and personal passion for her field of study makes Avery a standout individual. Avery has already shown a clear passion for a future career in fisheries and wildlife, with the goal of conducting research for a government agency. Her participation in Virginia Tech's Youth Conservation Camp demonstrates her proactive approach to gaining hands-on experience in her chosen field, setting her apart from her peers. Quote, From competing on the tennis team to holding herself to the highest standards in her schoolwork, she dedicates ample time to each of the endeavors she pursues and puts forth great effort in each of them. And that comes from Ms. Sherry Garris, tennis coach. Avery plans on attending Camp Community College for a year, then transferring to Virginia Tech to major in fisheries and wildlife conservation. Congratulations, Avery. We're very proud of you. And we're going to have you head over here. I was just going to say, family members, if you want to come get a photo, and we'd love to have you in the photo as well, if you would like. Go ahead and hop in. Congratulations once again, Avery. The senior of the month for November from Smithfield High is Cadence DeStefano. Do we see Cadence here? Nope. Cadence? Well, let me read a little bit about her nomination. We will invite her to the December meeting if she's not with us. And if she shows up later, we will have already read the nomination. So Cadence is a self-starter, a hard worker, and a difference maker. She took a proactive role in bringing the Stop the Bleed program to Isle of Wight County Schools. She wrote letters to the governor, developed a marketing plan, and solicited the support of the SHS JRTC program to initiate the process. As a result, Wavy News came to SHS and covered the forward-thinking goals developed by Cadence and one of her classmates. Additionally, because of Cadence's grit and positive attitude, all schools in Isle of Wight County Schools have Stop the Bleed kits. Cadence is a certified Stop the Bleed trainer. She's also captain of the cross-country team, member of the girls' track team, and battalion commander for her squad in JROTC. Cadence is a well-rounded, outgoing student who loves giving back to her school community. She is a member of the National Honor Society and Spanish Honor Society. Her communication and organizational skills can be seen as a member of the JROTC because she helped facilitate a very successful blood drive. Her leadership and guidance brought in over 38 pints of blood last month. She is a member of several school organizations such as Best Buddies, Green Club, Christian Club, and Interact Club. And the quote we have, Cadence is a remarkable student who is known for her kindness and respect towards everyone around her. She is dedicated to her education and always strives for success with a great attitude. Cadence is always willing to help her fellow classmates, which reflects her collaborative spirit and kindness, and that comes from Ms. Leanne Pullen, her math teacher. Cadence plans to attend James Madison University to major in business administration, and once again, we'll make sure we reach out to her to come in December, and if she's unable to attend, we'll get her award to her. So congratulations, Cadence. Next, we want to recognize our RISE Award nominee. The RISE Award, which stands for Recognizing Inspirational School Employees, was created by Congress in 2019 to honor classified school employees such as clerical, school nutrition, health, pupil transportation, and custodial staff who provide exemplary service to students in their communities. Virginia invites school divisions to submit a nominee from which 2 state-level winners will be selected to continue to the national level. This year, Isle of Wight County Schools selected Leah Dean as our RISE Award nominee. Ms. Dean, if you will come forward. Ms. Dean is an administrative associate and attendance clerk at Windsor Elementary, and we created a video highlighting her outstanding service to the students and staff of Windsor Elementary, and we're delighted to share that with you tonight. Ms. Dean has not seen this, so we're going to have you stand there very awkwardly, Ms. Dean, so you can see, and I believe Mr. Cooprider, are you going to get this running for me?
Leah Dean is our administrative assistant in the office. She is probably the most crucial role at Windsor Elementary School. If you have a question, you go to Leah.
She has been in all the roles of the school, so she really has a good understanding of what goes on in the classroom as well as in the office.
I know when I have questions as a parent or as a teacher, Leah is the first person I go to because she usually knows the answer. And as a colleague, she's usually who I go to for advice.
If something's going on in the building and someone needs support, she will go down. She's just an amazing, empathetic, loving, caring person.
Leah goes out of her way for the students and families at Windsor Elementary School. When we've had students arrive at the school who are new, Leah always takes time to sit with that parent, walk them through various organizations that are available to help them, to assist them with housing, with meals, with transportation.
Several years ago, we had a student who was moving from here to New York State, and she kind of spearheaded a drive to make sure that they had warm clothes to take with them.
She always follows up. It's just not a one and done with her. She continues to be concerned with that child and that family and to make sure that they are getting all the necessary resources that they need so that they can thrive and be successful in school and at home. Leah is that person you want working in your building who's going to go above and beyond. No matter rain, snow, sleet, or shine, Leah's going to be there with a smile on her face, and she's going to be always there putting others before herself.
I don't think this school would run nearly as well without her, and we thank her for everything she does for the school, for the staff, and for the students.
So we are delighted to recognize Ms. Dean here at the board meeting in front of all of you, the community, and those watching at home. And we appreciate you, Leah, for everything you do. Congratulations. So we're gonna have you stop there at the backdrop. I think Mr. Elliott's going to come up and get a photo. And if you have family members or co-workers that are here tonight, they're welcome to come up and get a photo as well and join you in the photo. Okay, congratulations once again, Leah. Thank you. Let's see. I think I need to go back here. Oops. Thank you, Mr. Cooprider. The next recognition we have is really a whole school, which is maybe why it's crowded here tonight. But we want to recognize Carsville Elementary, and just bear with me a moment. I'm going to put the next slide up because this is pretty cool. Let me tell you a minute about the Virginia Purple Star designation. The Virginia Purple Star designation is awarded to military-friendly schools that have demonstrated a major commitment to students and families connected to our nation's military. Schools that earn the award will receive a special Purple Star recognition to display on site. A school is honored with a Purple Star if it completes all of the required activities plus one optional activity, and those things are identified through the Virginia Department of Education. Those requirements are outlined at the state level. The Virginia Department of Education's Military Student Support Process Action Team reviews all school applications for the award. Final approval on awards is made by members of the Virginia Council on the Interstate Compact on the Educational Opportunity for Military Children. I am delighted to announce that Wight County Schools has its first Purple Star designated school, and that is Carsville Elementary School. So I'm going to ask a few people to come forward, but then we're going to have a big group come forward. So tonight, we would like to first recognize, Principal Tara Outland, if you'll come up. Assistant Principal Stacy Catterbone. And I also want to invite up our military school liaison from Norfolk Naval Shipyard, Melissa Johnson, who was very helpful. She provides resources for our schools to better support military families and work closely with Carsville on their application. So with Carsville as a trailblazer for the division, we hope to announce more schools, hopefully 8 more, hint, hint, with the Purple Star designation next fall. So at this time, we would like to have Ms. Outland, Ms. Catterbone, Ms. Johnson, any members of the Carsville team and military families that have come tonight to join them at the backdrop so we can get a wonderful Carsville community photo to showcase this outstanding award. So we'll have them come up. This is a great team effort. I always say Carsville is small but mighty. And if you want something done, I think just ask Miss Outland. I didn't even ask her. She just did it. So Trailblazer is quite appropriate for that group. We get everybody? Thank you, Carsville. We really celebrate you and all the hard work you put into this application. And thank you as well, Ms. Johnson, for joining us tonight. And that's going to conclude our achievers. Thanks to everybody who was recognized and family members that came out here, family and friends who came out to support them. And I have I have 2 more things. But my first is going to be a couple introductions. We are going to introduce 2 new administrators to you tonight. And I'm going to ask if they would stand when I call their name. So our first introduction is Miss Leanne Speed. Where's Miss Speed? There she is. She has been appointed as the assistant principal at Windsor Elementary School, effective November 25th. She is a graduate of Illinois State University and Old Dominion University. She started her career as an educator in North Las Vegas, Nevada. Since then, she has served 4 additional districts as an elementary school classroom teacher and instructional coach for a total of 19 years. She was most recently the Dean of Students at Creekside Elementary in Suffolk. And I believe she brought some family members with her tonight. So, Ms. Speed, if you would have your family members stand up as well, we'd love to give them a shout out. There we go. Very good. Congratulations, Ms. Speed. And it's appropriate, we're going to have Windsor Elementary presenting in a little bit, so you'll get to see your students. We would also like to introduce Kamarth Saunders, our new coordinator of finance. Ms. Saunders grew up in neighboring Surrey County. She holds a Bachelor's of Science in Accounting from Christopher Newport University and a Master's in Professional Accounting through Strayer University. She has over 35 years of experience in the field of accounting and finance. Most recently, she served as the agency grants manager for the Virginia Department of Health and filled in as the acting deputy director for grants for several months. She has held previous financial positions with Hampton University, Norfolk State University, the Virginia Department of Transportation, and the town of Smithfield. She has been on the job for 4 weeks now, and I must say, this is by far the happiest we've seen Ms. DeVary in a long while. But we welcome you tremendously, Ms. Saunders. She has been a joy to have. Okay. So I have one more thing, and it's a special presentation. We celebrated Veterans Day on Monday. And we have quite a few veterans working for us in Wight County Schools. So we asked our veterans, our employees who had been veterans, if they would share their information with us. Some did, some elect to keep that private. But we created a celebration to thank them for their service to the country and to our county. So if you would indulge me, I think Mr. Cooperrider will start the video, and you'll probably see some familiar faces up there.
Oh, beautiful, far spacious skies, far amber waves of grain, far purple mountain majesties. Now wait a minute, I'm talking about America, sweet America. You know, God done shed his grace on thee. He crowned thy good. Yes, he did. Heavy brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
We saw some young faces in there. But we certainly thank all of our employees that are veterans and all of our veterans for their sacrifices, and we can't say enough. So on that note, I'll end. Thank you.
There's a lot of crusty old vets hiding in plain sight.
Good evening, Dr. Kramer, school board members, and guests. In March of this year, Mr. Spratley, our music teacher, launched the Melody Project. Through the project, we went through the different phases of music: creation, editing, and performance.
Our primary focus was to understand melodies and how to create and write our own melodies. The final product was a music video displaying our creativity throughout song.
Teachers were asked to share theme ideas for our new song, Stay Strong, Hold On, was most popular. For this theme, we began to brain dump all of our ideas.
We learned what melodies were, how to write them, and developed a musical ear for what makes melodies catchy. All students had to create a melody in the length of 4 measures and in the key of C major.
In April, about 15 of the students' melodies were selected, and we created lyrics to go with the song titled Just Hold On. We spent time singing and recording our song. The full video was released to public on September 13th of this year.
We learned so much about music and how other subjects like writing and math are connected to it. We spent a great amount of time exercising the 5 C's, which is critical thinking, creativity, communication, collaboration, and citizenship during our Melody Project.
We had to study, plan, and build our own medleys and lyrics. Then we shared our ideas and worked together to create our final song.
What makes this project special is the impact it has on motivating and lifting our spirits as we close one school year and begin another.
Our song was released and shared with the schools, the families, and our community. Here's a portion of our video. It is our hope that you are just inspired as our song as we were when creating it.
Mr. Spratley for teaching us so much about music and allowing our creative juices to flow. We are excited to announce we'll be doing another music project this year, so stay tuned.
We are Windsor Elementary School. One town, and one family.
Are there any questions for us?
Ready? Yes, sir. Okay. I've got a question. How did y'all come up with the lyrics? I mean, that was awesome. Awesome.
So we brainstormed all our ideas that came from all of our students, and Mr. Spratley helped us put together all of our ideas.
I loved it. It was great.
Thank you.
Anybody else? It was very awesome. Now I know why Mr. Spratley looks so tired in the afternoons. You guys did a great job. Thank you.
The full video is also on YouTube, so if you want to watch the whole thing, you can go there to see it. Oh, sorry guys, come up, let's get a picture.
Come on up there, Mr. Spratley. You can't hide from that. Very good. All right, Ms. Whitlow, do we have anyone signed up to speak?
Yes, sir. In accordance to policy BDDH-E, presentation of information on any subject will be concluded at the discretion of the board. No person will be recognized to speak more than once. Citizens scheduled on the agenda to speak will be permitted 4 minutes maximum time for their presentation. Delegations will be requested to limit their speakers to 2. Persons speaking are asked to be specific. State the issues for the board's consideration and attach a copy of your prepared remarks. If you have prepared remarks, they should be given to the board clerk. Please do not approach the board members. Any matter relating to specific students will be heard by the school board only in a closed meeting. And first we have Tiffany Parker.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I apologize, I do not have prepared comments, but I can forward them via email later. Again, my name is Tiffany Parker. I have 2 little ones at Hardy Elementary. On October 23rd, my kindergartner was one of 7 who were placed on the wrong bus. during dismissal. Because it was brought to my attention that this occurred due to an internal issue or internal error. However, I think part of the confusion is a lot of bus splits and substitutions. And so I wanted to better understand the origin of that. I was told that there was an emergency meeting that followed that incident. I'd like to understand what action items came from that incident or from that meeting. And yes, I'd like to ask that question, what the action items were. Perhaps what I understand is that perhaps there are intentions to hire substitute drivers, but I also understand there may be an issue as far as shortage of buses. So I just want to better understand what the issues are and what are the plans for resolution.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
This is not the forum for that discussion, ma'am, but I welcome an opportunity for staff or myself to speak with you at another time. So I would ask Dr. Coleman, would you get her information, and we can certainly follow up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And then Chanel Burchett, I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong.
Good evening. My name is Chanel Burchett. I have 3 students that's graduated from Smithfield High School 2020, 2022, 2024, and I have 2 students at Hardy Elementary, as well as Ms. Edwards. My kindergartner was placed on the wrong bus at that night. So I don't have anything. I just wanted to let you all know that that was a frightening experience for me and my family. We already lost a child, so in the back of our head, we did not know what was going on, and I felt as though it was handled poorly because we could hear over the walkie-talkie what was going on, and the fact that they stated that the bus was lost, they didn't know where the children was at. As parents, that is frightening. I know you all have children, or I assume that you all have children, so I hope y'all will understand what would go in the back of our heads when we were there. Our children did not get to the school until 7 o'clock. My daughter had panic attacks, and I had panic attacks as well that night. She attached to me, and she's not that type of child to attach to someone. So I just wanted to let you all know that it was a frightening experience that night. And then I was told that other parents did not know that their child was on the wrong bus until an hour later. They called the school and was like, where's my child at? What's going on? So I don't know what is going to take place. I just hope that we can do better for our children, please. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I can say with certainty that we'll look into that and make sure that that gets addressed and resolved.
That's it.
Thank you. All right, that takes us to item 15.1, student liaisons.
All right, thank you. So right after our October meeting, the Student Advisory Board met, and it was a very good discussion, I think, and I was glad to be back on that board. Our theater team has won regionals, and we're going to states. That is December 14th at Western Albemarle. That's about 2.5 hours away, near Charlottesville. Our water filters at Windsor, if not all, almost all of them are red and need to be changed. I've heard kids just, they are thirsty, but they just don't want to drink the water because, I mean, the water filters have been red for a pretty long time. And then the last thing was, finding a fix for the after school bus issues. Again, Windsor High School's having similar issues about just bus splits, and it can get really confusing, and we just want to clear some of that water up. Thank you.
Thanks, Connor.
Question, Connor. for y'all with the security stuff coming in? How is that working out?
Yes, ma'am. It started off rocky, but as we went on, we found a flow. We were first week we were getting into class about 30-40 minutes after the bell had rang. We're getting that down to almost everybody getting in before the late bell rings. So it's going much smoother as time progresses.
Good. Cameron?
Yes, the first thing I was going to talk about, Ms. Briggs touched on earlier when she was mentioning the Senior of the Month and her involvement, but on October 15th and 30th, SHS, ROTC, and Packer Battalion and the American Red Cross partnered, and they had their first 2 blood drives of this year. The Teacher and Community Drive was on October 15th, and it resulted in 38 pints being donated, while the Student Drive was on the 30th, and it saw 71 pints donated, the total being 109 pints. And that number has the potential to save over 300 lives. Another event that took place was on the 30th. It was the PSAT/MSQT. That's a preliminary SAT and National Merit Scholarship qualifying test. Smithfield hosted the test in the gym, and it was ran by our testing coordinator, Mrs. Pro. As scores just came out today, there's no real average or who scored where, and we don't yet know who really qualified for the National Merit Scholarship. What we do know is that 134 students took the test, majority sophomores, a few juniors, and that the test ran from around 8:50 to 11:15-ish. Another test that SHS will be offering this year is the ASVAB, the Armed Service Vocational Aptitude Battery Test. The ASVAB is a standardized test that assesses skills in math and language and is often taken by students interested in military careers. The results are sent to military entrance processing stations nationwide. This test will be on December 11th at Smithfield High School. The day before the test, on December 10th, Smithfield High School is going to host its annual holiday craft fair, where from 5 to 8, students, teachers, and community members can come out and they can support local businesses and organizations. That's all.
Cameron, maybe you can educate me and perhaps someone else. If you're a student and you want to give blood at the blood drive, what's that process look like?
Typically, they have someone you contact. You could go to the ROTC people. Sometimes they've got flyers. I didn't participate in it this year, but I do know that it's not difficult to reach out to the people in ROTC. They make it a very accessible and open.
Thank you. Is there a permission slip involved with that?
I'm going to deflect Ms. Getz, Ms. Sullivan, or can any one of you speak to that?
If they're not 18, there's a permission.
You have to be 18.
Okay.
Or there's a permission.
Or there's a permission.
I don't know what the minimum age.
Yeah. I can speak to my time as a principal. There certainly is a process. As Ms. Getz stated, you have to be of age. I don't want to speak too much to the process here in Virginia, but
the Red Cross runs it. The Red Cross is the one who runs that?
In connection with our JRTC.
Okay. Got it.
So the way we do it, everyone can't hear. Ms. Getz stated in addition to our JRTC, who conducts it here in Isle of Wight.
Okay. Thanks.
And thank you, JROTC. If I may as well, I want to thank both Cameron and Connor. And Connor, thank you all, and to Principal Carroll at Windsor High School for piloting the weapons detection system. And it's really good to hear that that process is evolving and improving. So thank you for sharing that.
All right. Very well. Thank you. Anybody else on the board? All right, moving right along then. Let's go to 16.1, Doc Coleman. Oh.
Good evening, board members. Dr. Kramer. First 16.1 will be the approval of the CIP. Roofing funds was the source, and move to approve with the roofing material and services proposal with Tungsten Roofing in the amount of $213,741 for the Windsor High School and Smithfield Middle School roofing project. These funds were covered under the CIP for roofing that was given back in 2019, and these are the remainder of the funds. We have a little bit left in the roofing fund, but this is the bulk of it. So this project is fully covered, and once again, it's for the roof at Windsor High School and Smithville High School. Did you need any more information concerning this particular RFP, tonsil, roofing, who was it awarded to, or anything else that it's going to cover?
Just to clarify, so these are funds that are carryover CIP funds.
These are funds that are not quite the maintenance CIP funds. 2019, the county gave us roofing funds, so it is carryover, but it was strictly a roofing CIP. So these are the final funds for that.
Right. I just wanted to bring attention to that because that wasn't one of the projects we talked about during the previous budget discussion.
Absolutely.
So just for
Yes, sir.
clarification. This is an action item. Someone entertain a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve moving forward with the roofing material and services proposal with Tungsten Roofing in the amount of $213,741 for the Windsor High School and Smithfield Middle School roofing project.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yes.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes. Motion passes. And 16.2, sir.
All right, 16.2. This is the Windsor High School, Smithfield High School track overlay projects. This is an action item. 16.2. And let me just go through a small summary of how we got here with the tracks. All right. Of course, Al White was initially tasked with presenting a budget request for the renovation of tracks at Windsor High School and Smithfield High School. Preliminary estimates were gathered from several different vendors, all of whom was eligible with cooperative purchasing agreements through existing contracts. These initial quotes were approximately in the low $400,000 range, and that was per project. Now, consequently, the combined budget approved by the school board and the Board of Supervisors amounted to $820,000, and that was allocated for the tracks. And that's how we went into quoting for the tracks. Now, before proceeding with the project, we were informed that it was necessary to conduct a core testing to the asphalt and the stone layers of the track. Now, this testing is a crucial preparatory step that provides detailed information for the overall thickness of the track. The data enables the contractors to plan the milling process effectively, ensuring they do not inadvertently penetrate the sub-base. So the entire track needs to be at a certain length so the milling process can occur. When you mill over the track, it's going to go down 1.5 inches. So if some areas of the track is less than 1.5 inches, that portion has to be redone. So just to let you understand, that's the milling process. That was the coring samples. When we took the coring samples at Windsor High School and at Smithfield High School, there were certain areas that was below 1.5, meaning that it couldn't be milled up. All right. So the revised budgets, once we sent off these coring samples to the companies that already bid, the cost doubled. We went from $400,000 per track to close to $800,000 and even higher for each track. At that time, it was only a couple of different options: to come back to the school board, come back to the Board of Supervisors, and give back the funds and say, with these funds that were given, we cannot complete the track project, or we can try to subcontract everything out to get it lower price. So, move forward with subcontracting out the removal of the existing rubber track surface, contracting out milling the track down to 1.5 inches, contracting out repaving the track with an entirely different company, and contract out reapplying the new rubber surface on the track. So instead of one package, we decided to break it down so we can try to get the cost lower. In this process, most of the bigger companies, they did not want to subcontract out in small portions. We talked about it like similar to I-95. You can either replace the entire I-95 or replace pieces that were, let's just say, unsafe. So all of the 1.5 and lower, those are the areas that's going to be replaced. Everything else can be milled down and we can move forward. The track will be certified by Virginia High School League and it will be laser guided. So it will be 100% ready to go. What you have before you is the company that's going to do the resurfacing. Is going to bring in the rubber for the track. This company will not be able to start until probably March, but we will not have everything ready to start until probably March. This company will do both tracks with the resurfacing of those tracks. 16.1. Try to get this correct. So we moved to award Precision Athletics the contract for the contract overlay for Windsor High School and Smithville High School in the total amount of $426,472.81. The reason why I recommend that we move forward is to lock the price in. If we don't lock the price in, there's no determination that the price will be at this level in March when we do get ready to do it.
Doc, I'm trying to wrap my head around this and keep it simple as we can because
Okay.
none of it I don't think is simple.
No.
So when we started out, we were approved to spend $820,000.
$820, yes, sir.
Roughly $400,000 per track.
Yes, sir. 410.
410 each. So now we're looking at double, so $800,000 per track.
Per track, yes, sir.
With subcontracting out,
Right.
I get that notion. What is the total cost we're looking at now per track?
This is going to be below 450.
Per track.
Per track. Per track will be below 450. It could be lower, but once again, I can't lock in all of the prices. I can only lock in the prices that the vendors will allow me to lock in.
So if it's $450 a track, we're looking at $900,000. So we're still roughly $70,000 short.
Right.
Where are we going to make that up at?
Those funds, me and Ms. DeVere talked about talking to her counterpart at the county and looking at another cost savings that occurred earlier. Initially, for the CIP, we will receive $450,000 for the athletic fields to redo both football fields and put in all of the sprinkler systems and all of the drainage and everything else of that nature. We saved approximately $90,000 on that particular project. Now, at this time, some of those funds are still needed for a couple of different things, but we still have those funds. We're looking at taking the extra funds to cover down on the overage that we have in tracks. So once again, we don't have to go back and ask the division for any more money. The funds have already been allocated. It was just a savings from one project and moving that savings to another project.
And there's no issues with moving that line of funding from one project to another?
I'm not going to answer that without Ms. DeVere. We don't think so. No, we don't think so at this time.
We don't think so.
Meaning it's we're going to request it from the county. So
okay.
Yeah, that's a
so
county.
the contingent being the county saying okay.
Yes.
Okay, so let me clarify my question. Legally, assuming that the county approves, there's no issue pulling those funds from one project to another. Okay.
That is our expectation, and that will be the request.
Understood.
Right.
Hindsight being what it is, you know, we try to plan and we try to budget for forthcoming projects. Is there anything we could have done when we were asking for this money to anticipate this? I mean, maybe a silly question, but
right. And it would have to be in the quote process, receiving the quotes, but then we would have had to have prior knowledge that we needed to do core sampling, and based off of that core sampling, turn that in to the particular companies and go from there. But that was a lot of foresight if we had that advantage.
So one more question, then I'll turn it over to anybody else. Is when you subbed out these projects, Did we keep any of that work local?
Absolutely. Not only are we subbing out and keeping it local, we are being able to reuse a lot of the materials, meaning one of the contractors were milling down and they were taking the millings off-site. Well, we have worked it out that we can bring the millings back at the transportation department, so it covers down on 2 different areas. So now we can fill in at the transportation department. If you remember, that was one of the requests for last year to help out with the potholes and different things there. So yeah, we're able to maneuver with local companies a little bit more.
So that's important. That's important to point out. And that would have been a cost that we would have been looking for again.
Absolutely.
It's amazing to me that we got one big company. We don't have to name names, but we got one big company to quote both projects at $800,000. Now it's doubled. But you've gotten the same work for the initial price with 3 smaller companies.
And the larger companies, they do not want to come in and just do a little milling here, a little milling there. They'd rather just do the whole job. They're bringing in all of their equipment. They're bringing in all of their men, all the manpower. So they'd rather do the whole job and move. They do not want to do a little section in a corner here, a little section in a corner there. So that's why a smaller company would be more efficient here.
Anybody else?
I've just got one question for you, Dr. Coleman.
Yes, sir.
I know you spent a lot of time and effort on this, researching and doing the subcontracting. Looking at the process with the overlay, I know you said, I think the start date could be March.
Yes, could be March, late March, early April, depending upon the weather.
Okay.
With the overlay, of course, it has to be a certain temperature to apply it.
Right, that's kind of what I was getting at. 2 things I've got. Could you just kind of go a little bit in detail as what the temperature should be for proper adhesion? And also going this route with the overlay, what is the expected life, what is the life expectancy of going this route?
All right, first of all, it has to be 60 degrees. All 5 layers that are laid will have to be 60 degrees at all times, including overnight. So that's the temperature cannot drip down or drop down to lower to to 59 degrees, 58 degrees. Every time it does that, it actually messes up the overlay. And overall, with the 1/2-inch rubber track that we're looking at, it's going to be with moderate preventive maintenance. It will be close to 12 to 15 years before it have to be redone again. If we really put the preventive maintenance into it, it can last longer than 12 to 15 years. And that's with the 1/2-inch rubber going down.
Okay, so if we go this route, are there going to be measures or mechanisms put into place to keep vehicular traffic off of the track?
Absolutely. And that is what I was relating to earlier when I'm talking about the field and the extra funds that was left. We have to buy certain things to make sure that it's accessible to the track to cover it when something does have to go across, when people walk across, march across, football team walking across in their cleats, different things of that nature. There's specialized mats and different things of that nature. It needs sheds, it needs areas, it needs storage space right there. And all of those funds should be able to come out the same bucket to ensure that the safety of the track. Other measures will be the ADs and coming to an understanding of what is allowed and what is not allowed. Both ADs from the high schools, we have talked about this in detail, what will be allowed and what will not be allowed, AKA trucks and vehicles on the track. That's going to be off limits. That's not going to happen anymore. Even the golf carts, not going to happen anymore.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. That's all I've got.
Gotcha.
With the quote, are you still going with the same quality level you had discussed before? There were like 3 levels of the surfacing that you could have done. You were going mid-level.
I'm going mid-level,
Okay.
yes.
So that
mid-level.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can get that cost at mid-level, which is pretty solid for that cost with the 1/2-inch rubber. But the other option was 3/8-inch rubber and flat. It would have worked for 6 or 7 years, but to go longer, we needed to go with the 1/2-inch.
One last point for clarity here. So the total cost is still $450 per track.
$450 per track.
Right. So what you're asking us to authorize tonight are 2 separate orders to lock in a price, neither of which total up to $450,000. That's
That is
because it
correct.
exceeds the threshold that you can do that without board
Well,
approval?
Not exactly. Right now, the cooperative contract is covering the rubber surface. The only thing that you're doing right now, and I would just want to walk you through the process, you're actually approving the last portion of the tracks, the rubber surface going on. That's what you're approving at this time.
Okay.
That needs to be approved to lock the cost in, or I can't regulate exactly what's going to occur after that.
And so the other work that will still be outstanding is already covered under contract?
The other work that's outstanding is covered under contract under smaller amounts.
Understood.
That does not have to go to the board with a cooperative contract or with RFP or anything of that nature.
Okay. I wish we could have gotten it done earlier, but the situation is what it is.
Yes.
We're going to miss most of the track season.
Yeah, we probably will. We probably will. Unless it stays warm like this and moves into February.
We'll make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to award Precision Athletics Incorporated the contract for the track overlay for Windsor High School and Smithfield High School in the total amount of $426,472.81.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? One more quick question, Doc. Is this something that we're going to be able to clearly articulate to the county administrator for the supervisors? Or do you think it would be in our best interest for me to pick up the phone and give them a heads up?
I think it would be easy to articulate to them, but I wouldn't want to move forward until I have all the numbers locked in.
Okay.
So I have the last numbers locked in, but it's still some at play. So it could be actually lower than this amount of 450.
Okay. And so we already talked about it in joint session, so they know that we've got some
Absolutely.
stuff working.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Okay.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
On the agenda, I had printed the agendas already, and Dr. Coleman did have me adjust the numbers for this, correct?
Yes.
So the motion on the printed agendas is $426,472.81, and on board docs, I just want to let you know it's $334,398.81.
Thank you, Jessica.
You're welcome.
So which one are we? Board docs?
The lower,
334?
correct.
Board docs are 386. It's the lower amount.
334,398.81.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Jessica.
Do we need to correct the motion? What did you read? So then just amend your motion and we'll go that way, I think.
Mr. Chair, I wish to amend my previous motion to state that I move to award Precision Athletics Incorporated the contract for the track overlay for Windsor High School and Smithfield High School in the total amount of $334,398.81.
Second.
A motion and a second. Pending any other discussion? Madam Clerk.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes, motion passes. All right, Doc, over to you again, sir.
All right. All right. 16.3, the equipment lease service agreement with Recor at Windsor Elementary School generator. Now, my recommendation is to move to approve the annual equipment lease and service agreement with Recor LLC as presented for Windsor Elementary School in the amount of $23,491.80. The key to this is effective July 1, 2025, and I know there's some questions. I'll start off by talking about the lease. This is going to be a lease for the generator at Windsor Elementary School. As you know, at this time, we have several issues with the generator at Windsor Elementary School. Is also the next agreement is for the pump house, so it's issues all around. This is one of the CIP items that we discussed last year to try to get on the agenda. The generator is not a full-scale generator. It will only control the lights, the power in certain areas, and all of the refrigerators, freezers, life support of that nature. So that's what this generator is for. As you can see, the cost of the generator is outright $83,566.54. To lease it, it will be $1,957.65 monthly. So one of the questions that came was, why don't we just go out and buy it outright, $83,566, and then we own the equipment? Well, most companies, you have to do the preventive maintenance package. Now, the preventive maintenance package is the key because you have to be certified in several different areas in order to work on this equipment, or you will violate the warranty. A couple of years ago, Georgia Tower went out. That was a $330,000, $340,000 cost that if we were under contract, that would have been free for us. So, but if we purchase it, it's a 2-year factory warranty. Once again, you have to be Caterpillar qualified in order to work on it, and we have to show results of that. The life expectancy of this generator is 25 years. And something to keep in mind, whether we purchase it outright or whether we lease it, it's 20 weeks for the generator to actually arrive. This contract will not start until July 1, 2025, so it will be part of the budget request if you deem that this is the direction that we need to go. Are there any questions concerning the lease or outright the purchase of this generator?
Dr. Coleman, for the public's understanding, if we were to purchase a generator outright,
yes,
we own it, we're responsible for any and all upkeep at that point.
That is 100% correct.
What would be the cost difference if that generator were to go down completely?
I will relate it back to, once again, what occurred at Georgia Tower. That was a $350,000 cost that we, of course, couldn't budget for. You can't budget for these type of items. What you can budget for is preventive maintenance. So something of this nature, it'll probably be $83,000, if not $100,000, just basing off of the equipment cost that is located on the form here. So if we bought it, purchased the item, 3 years from now, it goes out, we need another $100,000 to buy another generator. And now, if we purchase it, in 3 years it goes out, it's replaced for free. In 10 years from now, if it goes out, it's replaced for free. 15, 20 years from now, if it goes out, it's replaced for free. As long as we're under contract, a preventive maintenance contract, all of these generators can be replaced for free. The gentleman had one testimony from a division that had a generator that was over 25 years old. And the generator was really outdated, but it was still working. And he said, when this generator goes out, as long as they're under contract, the generator will be replaced for free. That's the power of the lease option in terms of this generator.
So basically, just to simplify it, this would equate to an insurance policy. So we're not eating a large expense should something happen.
Absolutely. And I want to point out one more thing. When the chiller went out at Carrollton, well, let's just use Smithfield High School. When it went out, we had to actually bring in a transfer truck with a generator on the back for life support to keep the school moving, to keep the school operating. That was a large cost. Now, the insurance absorbed that cost. But now, under the preventive maintenance contract, we wouldn't even absorb that cost. The insurance wouldn't even absorb that cost because, as you just stated, that would be our insurance.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. It's an action item if we want to make a motion, sir.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the annual equipment lease and service agreement with Recor LLC as presented in the amount of $26,334 effective July 1, 2025.
So that was for the, well, you're the one up.
Wrong amount.
Which one?
23. He said 26, didn't he?
Well, 16.3.
They're very similar agenda items.
One is going to be the Windsor Elementary School generator, and the other one is going to be the well pump.
Mr. Chair, I wish to revise my motion. I move to approve the annual equipment lease and service agreement with Recor LLC as presented for Windsor Elementary School in the amount of $23,491.80 effective July 1, 2025.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes, motion passes. That takes us to 16.4. Ready? Right now? We'll take a quick 5, please. All right, we're back in session. Dr. Coleman, back over to you, sir.
Yes,
I
sir.
think we're at 16 for the pump.
Yes, sir. The well pump. This is another item that was on the CIP for last year. It was the Windsor well pump. This generator at the well pump controls the sprinkler system and the valves of that nature. So at this time, we really need some attention to it. Without this system up and working perfectly, there could be an incident, and the sprinklers might not work in the nature that it should if we do not have this in place. With that stated, the equipment cost is $94,000 straight out for the purchase. The lease is $2,194 monthly. So that is the cost for it. This is something else that will not start until July 1, 2025. But at the same time, I will be putting this in my budget request to have for the start of the 25-26 school year.
So do us a favor, Doc. When we get to budget sessions, just make sure that you remind us that you guys
Yes,
have
sir.
already approved this. It's got to go in the budget.
Yes.
So you're kind of holding us to the fire to make sure it goes in the budget,
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
So we'll make sure everybody's clear what we're doing tonight.
Yes, sir.
Does that make sense? Yeah. All right. If someone would entertain a motion, otherwise I can take one. Yes, sir.
Dr. Coleman, if you would, just to clear my mind on this, when you were talking about the well pump, you were mentioning that the sprinkler systems would not function properly without this?
If the power goes out at Windsor Elementary School, not allowing the system to have power, then the sprinkler systems wouldn't work in a scenario of that nature. But that's only if the power goes out.
Right. And if the power did go out, what is going to power this pump?
With the new pump, it will be a fuel fed, so it will be diesel fuel that's powering the pump. At this time, that is not the scenario at this time.
Okay, so it'd be like a transfer switch. The power goes out.
Absolutely.
Like your standby generators,
Yes.
transfer switch kicks in.
That's exactly correct.
Okay, now I'm clear.
Exactly correct.
Okay,
This
thanks.
is quite literally a backup power supply.
It is a backup power source.
Now, one more. If I remember correctly, Windsor Elementary is not on city water. Am I correct on that?
It is a well. It's located on a well.
So
Yes,
for
sir.
fire suppression, it is totally dependent on that well.
It is.
Okay.
It's totally dependent on the well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I move to approve the annual equipment lease and service agreement with Recor LLC as presented in the amount of $26,334 effective July 1, 2025.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? Madam Clerk.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes, motion passes. All right, Dr. Coleman, one more here.
All right, the last one is an action informational, and this is one that I wanted to make sure that I brought to your attention. It is the generator at Smithville High School. Now, the ones at Windsor are in a primary area, meaning we do need to move forward and get those replaced. But I do want to bring Smithville High School to your attention. This is the largest school, and at this time, the generator that we have is literally on its last leg. It, once again, is not a full school generator, but it does control all life services, meaning lights in particular areas, exit signs, freezers, and different things of that nature. Once again, Windsor Elementary School would be the primary at this time, but I did want to bring to your attention, Windsor High School is on its last leg at this time. Oh, thank you. Smithville High School, I apologize. Smithville High School.
How long did we have that one? Is that one that we own?
That's the one that we own. That's
And how long
exactly
have we
correct.
had that?
We've probably had that since the school was built, I believe. I'm not aware that we ever changed that out or purchased a new one. Unlike Windsor High School, it's three schools that, I apologize, three schools that the county holds due to the fact that it's a fallout shelter. It's Windsor High School, Smithfield Middle School, and I believe it's Carrollton. Yeah, thank you. But unlike that, Smithfield High School is ours. We purchased that, and now we're responsible to keep it floating. And that's the issue.
Have we had some of the extra costs associated, as we were talking about the other one, the problems that we could have with them? Have we had that with this one?
We've had not as many problems with the Smithfield High School one, just based on the fact that the ones in Windsor are, like I said, they're one step from being deadlined. The one in Windsor High School is maybe 4 steps from being deadlined. Smithfield High School, 4 steps from being deadlined. So we have a little time on Smithfield High School, but I definitely need to bring that to your attention, just in case something occurs during the 25-26 school year.
Okay.
Once again, that is an action, but it's an informational. So if you wanted to put that off at this time, that is fine. I just wanted to make sure I brought that to your attention.
So if you could bear with me for a second, because I'm crunching some numbers, but okay, so the generator for Windsor Elementary, the monthly rate times 12 comes up to $23,491 and some change. The generator for the well at Windsor Elementary, 12 months of the monthly rate, comes up to $26,328. So those two alone are going to give us an extra $49,819 for our forthcoming budget. In other words, when we do our budget efforts, right off the get-go, we've increased our budget by, we'll call it $50,000.
That is correct. That is.
I want to make sure everybody up here
correct.
understands what we're asking.
Absolutely.
Of ourselves, really.
And
if we add the Smithfield generator, the monthly rate is the most for this one, I'm going to presume because it's a bigger machine, is $3,943 a month.
Yes.
12 months of that is $47,316. So if we approve all three of these asks, we've already added $100,000.
That is correct.
To our budget upcoming. I think that's important to digest that for a second. So we're right out the gate, we've already added $100,000 to our budget if we do all three of these things. If we hold off on Smithfield, we've added $50,000 to our operational budget.
Do we have an option for like preventative maintenance that would cover all of these since they're Caterpillar? Is there anything that we could do that would we buy it and then have contracted out that it covers all three of them? Or
I can 100% look into that feature, but normally if it's their product, they would like to maintain their product. Of course, proprietary. They would want to maintain their own. But I can source it out and look and see what other contractors I can find that is certified to work on those type of items and different things of that nature. And then it would have to be a little additional cost to that because they work on them, the parts that have to come for that right now, it will be covered under the lease, but we'll be responsible for those parts.
Yeah, if we can get maybe a bundled price of some way of maybe some other options, it'd be nice to just see.
Mr. Chair, if I may, if there is concern about the cost as you've mentioned, would you prefer to delay this and have further conversation before approving this? I don't think it's time sensitive, so
it is not.
We do have time.
That would be my thoughts. I can't speak for the other four up here. I'm looking at the big picture of things. I'm looking at right out the get-go, we've already increased the budget by $100,000. Mm-hmm. We've obligated ourselves for money that we don't have, and I think that's at least worth a little bit more discussion and conversation.
That's understandable.
It would be my recommendation not to take action, but to defer this further, based off inputs from my peers up here.
I will concur on deferring.
Yeah, and you can do that as one member, you can table something. So I've got no issue with that.
So then I'd say that's what we should do. Let's table this one and revisit it.
Very good, duly noted.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure that Ms. DeVere will remind us that we've already obligated ourselves to $50,000. All right. I think you're still up, Dr. Coleman, 16.6.
16.6. Yes, sir. Move to approve the 3% or recommend the approval of the 3% increase on facility usage rates, KGE, as presented for the school year 25-26. And in the last 7 years, the annual interest rate on average, inflation rate is 3.5%. I think everyone knows that. With that stated, over the last 7 years, there's not been an increase in facilities usage. So what I recommend is that we do a 3% increase in facility usage rentals due to the fact that these fees have remained unchanged for the past 7 years, despite inflation going up 3.5% a year. You know, we can do the math on that, but a 3% increase along with inflation should help us level off some of the rising costs for facilities usage.
I'm not going to throw nobody under the bus. I think this came up in a previous meeting where someone brought this up. So
Yes, this did.
Board, thoughts?
I would definitely support it. Our costs as a school division are going up across the board. And so those organizations who use our facilities, they should be helping share some of the load proportionally.
Mm-hmm. Concur. Anybody else? All right. It's an action item. Let's take action on it, and we'll take a vote, and we'll see where it falls in.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the 3% increase on facility usage rates KG-E as presented for the 2025-2026 school year.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Dr. Coleman, will this be effective immediately?
No, sir. It will be effective July 1 for the 25-26 school year. It will not be effective immediately.
Okay.
If that's something that the board wanted to do, would make it effective immediately, then that's something that could happen.
That seems like that's in concert with the budget planning, so that would make sense.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes, motion passes. All right, and that takes us over to 16.7.
Okay.
Dr. Coleman, do you want to talk to this? You want me to jump on this?
You can go right ahead, sir.
Okay, so then I think I'm speaking mostly to the listening audience. I've already shared an email with everybody on the board. I'm not sure if everyone has had a chance to read it. The town of Windsor historically uses the Smithfield High School parking lot, part of it, and they're looking at using the Georgie Tyler Middle School parking lot for the annual Christmas parade. It was brought to the town's attention that as per existing policy, they'd be charged between the two parking lots based off our policies, roughly $1,000. So town of Windsor, the town administrator and the town council got together and they says, hey, maybe we can get an MOU that mirrors what we have with Wight County Parks and Recs. It's my opinion that if the town of Windsor wants to use a parking lot for a holiday or a Christmas parade, whatever you want to call it, and 4th of July, I don't see a whole lot of sense in taking money from one pot and sticking it to another for a community event. I don't know that the MOU is necessary for that. The town already has a town center. I actually spoke with Mayor Stubbs this afternoon, and I guess their only item that they ever need to use is the parking lot for staging areas, really. So I think we can look at the MOU, maybe make some tweaks on it, and table that MOU for another discussion. But it would be my recommendation to the board that we leave here with a lady and gentleman's agreement that we waive any fees for the town as they get ready to prepare for their annual Christmas parade.
Question, does Smithfield have anything like this in place?
They do not.
Then I'll object to this unless we have one for Smithfield as well.
So you're in concurrence? No need for an MOU?
I'm just saying if you're going to do it for Windsor, we need to do it for Smithfield as well.
Fair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, as we discussed before, I don't think there's any need for an MOU at all. I concur with you. If the town needs to use one of the parking lots, let's let them use it. If they need to use one of our facilities, again, like we do with the county, let's let them use it. But I'm against saying they should have some type of priority status where we've got organizations that already have reservations and that'd be pushed out. I don't want to see that.
Right, and so we're actually working through some of that right now.
Yes.
With the county, so that's another conversation. But yeah, I concur. I don't think this is necessary. We can agree to work with the town.
That'll be no problem.
Good? Okay. So I don't think there's any action to be taken.
No action needs to be taken.
So between Dr. Kramer and Dr. Coleman and myself, we'll reach out to the town and say, hey, you guys are...
Yes, not an issue at all.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, moving right along. Finance reports.
Good evening. The monthly financial reports for the period ending October 31st are in your agenda. The only thing that I really wanted to bring to your attention is our health fund. Claims are much higher than I think what we have experienced in prior years. For this same time frame, as of the end of August, the same time last year, the claims this year are up 40%. So I know that in the, September, October time frame, that's where your claims do go up quite a bit because people are having procedures in the summer. So hopefully they will drop back off, but we'll keep watching it and just wanted to bring that to your attention. Any questions on the health fund?
No, ma'am.
The other thing is I did promise to provide in your financial report a notation of when there were budget amendments made. And I apologize that's not in there. Part of the reason is I've been waiting for the county to, we sent resolutions to them requesting this, and I've been waiting to get the 4 resolutions back with approvals, which I just did earlier this week. And one of them it wasn't worded the way that they preferred it to be, and we have since sent a letter from Dr. Kramer spelling it out in a little bit more detail, so hopefully they will have that on their agenda next week at their board meeting to approve. But the majority of those budget amendments were about grants. That was the bulk of them. I think there was also a question raised about the TPQ. Did I say that right? No.
TQP.
You said it right. I thought you said TQP.
Oh, I did? Okay.
I think so.
I always want to say P before. Anyways. Since it's a grant and it's a drawdown, I would just include it in the grant report unless you want something more specific on that. So I will include that, but to date, we have not spent any money nor drawn any down on that.
I know Dr. Kramer is probably going to speak to the Tidewater Education Consortium. It's a mouthful. while we've got you up on the table there, since we are the fiduciary agent for that grant, what exactly does that mean?
Or the fiscal agent, which means we are responsible for paying the invoices, handling the drawdowns, doing any financial reporting. Our auditors, our external auditors, will be the ones that audit it.
Okay. All right.
A couple other things I'll just note. Our external auditors were on site on October 28th. They were in our offices all day, and it went very well. They seemed pleased. We had everything prepared and ready for them, which I believe was a change from last year. And the county, I believe, expects there not to be any findings this year on the audit. So
Outstanding.
we would plan on, as soon as that's done, it's probably going to be at your January board meeting, I think, is we would plan on asking the auditor to come and present to you to give you a wrap-up of how the audit went.
If memory serves, you were provided inputs from the schools today, right, in accordance with our calendar?
I'm sorry?
Our budget calendar?
Yes.
There was some sort of a suspense date today, right?
A suspense date? Oh, that's when the budget requests are, so originally the schools submitted budget requests to their supervisor and or deputy superintendent, and then today was, or 2 days ago I think it was, we were hoping to be able to get through all of that and return the final proposed budgets to the schools, but we are a little behind on that. Okay. But we still have plenty of time.
Okay.
I think we kind of built in some wiggle room there.
Good. That was my indirect way of asking if we were on track with the calendar, I suppose.
And one last thing, the audit committee met on November 4th, and there was really just a general discussion of the external audit process. Also just to have a general education of the Procurement Act and the procurement policies in the county. And I believe we're not meeting in December, we'll meet again in January, and we'll be discussing cash handling procedures. So.
Awesome.
Are there any questions I may address that you might have?
I've got a couple onesie-twosies on the check register.
Okay.
For my understanding in the boards, on the register, there's 6 separate charges for CSEP.
Yes.
Totaling $365,000 and change. Why are those separated into different line items?
Because we budget for them differently depending on which program it is, whether it be the TRAPE, READ, autism, speech, it's all those different ones.
So it's program specific.
Yes, sir.
And the last one's more of a comment than a question. I've had some folks, and I would gander to say that some of the other board members have too, heard from various parents about color guard uniforms and cheer uniforms. I did notice that there were cheer uniforms and color guard uniforms on the register. Is it safe to assume that we got our students accurately fitted with good uniforms? Everybody's happy?
Yes, so the cheerleading uniforms are for Windsor High School, and this is their routine replenishment of their cheer uniforms. So this is the cycle, and they just got new ones, or are in process. And the color guard are from the band. So again, there is a cycle of replacing uniforms, and this is their turn.
Good. All right, that's good to hear. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, sir.
You can leave. I can just still say this. Regarding the Teacher Quality Partnership, TQP, federal grant, we will be providing the board with an update probably January, February timeframe as more activity occurs with that grant. So just wanted to state that we'll be providing additional information in the very near future.
Thank you, sir.
Am I good?
Over to you, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm here tonight just to provide you all with an update on, it's in part started out just as an iTeach update, but I'm going to include a little bit more information about an additional program that we are working on when it comes to alternative pathways to licensure for our teachers and for those who want to become teachers. So as you all know, I've spoken about it a lot, about the shortage of teachers in the state of Virginia. We are trying to assist people who have a desire to become teachers in doing that in a way that is fiscally conservative and also time efficient for them, because we know that those are two of the challenges that are presented to teachers or to people who want to become teachers. So last year you all approved a partnership with iTeach, which is a certification to licensure program, non-degreed, but it is a one-year program that allows a person with a bachelor's degree to go from not having a licensure to having a licensure. This year we were able to start out our year by hiring 8 candidates that were hired as long-term substitutes because they were not yet licensed but are working on that process. Out of those 8, we have 3 that have already met the requirements to become provisionally licensed and will finish out by the end of this year with a full teaching license as long as they maintain that forward progress or that progression towards licensure. So they will be teaching our students this year as they are going through the modules and completing all of the statutory requirements, and will be a fully licensed 10-year renewable licensed teacher moving forward. And then we have additionals. We have the additional 5 that are still finishing up. Most of them have just like one assessment left to complete in order to move into that provisionally licensed contract. The really great thing that we are licensed, the really great thing we're able to do, as soon as they are provisionally eligible, we then can move them off of the substitute contract into a fully licensed contract with us in the division. Any questions about that process or the iTeach program?
Would it, I don't want to sound like a complete knucklehead.
The licensure process is difficult, so
not a question, maybe a suggestion. When you get a graduate, maybe you could pull one of those folks up here and kind of talk through it and promote the process.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We do have many other teachers who are currently, they are provisionally licensed, but for some teachers who get a provisional, there's a lot of courses that they have to take, which are then very expensive. And so we do have some of our other already provisionally licensed teachers that are considering iTeach to finish out their requirements instead of going through a university, because it is only $3,000 versus, closer to 10 or 15 for that master's program.
Yeah, maybe find someone that could come up and talk to the success story, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely.
Talk through some of the challenges and
yeah. And while I'm here, I just also want to share with you all that we also are entering into or have entered into a partnership with ODU as well. It's a Grow Your Own partnership. So we are part of another grant opportunity outside of the TQP. And with this program, we're partnering with ODU, and we'll be giving more information as soon as the grant has been approved at the federal level. And so ODU is actually the fiscal agent, and we get to participate with not having to have part in that piece this time. But with this program, the program is to support our staff, such as instructional assistants, who are currently employees of ours that hold an associate's degree that want to become a licensed teacher. So this program will take associate's degree holding individuals already working with us. We'll be paying them a living wage and then give them an incremental increase based on the completion of that program. And they will finish by 2027. We'll have at least 5 individuals that will be able to then have bachelor's degree and be certified to teach. And so we're really excited about the opportunity. That grant will get feedback on whether or not it was approved the first week of December. And then our hope is to be able to offer an application process for our instructional assistants who may be interested in getting a free bachelor's degree, that all expenses paid for them as students. And we'll be able to support them in that program and have them come back and be teachers in our classrooms.
Would you speak to how this initiative evolved, how it came to our attention?
Absolutely. So ODU was working with, I think they have 7 other school divisions that they're working with. And because they heard that we were working on the TQP grant, they did not reach out to us. However, when Dr. Coons came to visit for the Crunch on the Farm event, and she visited our Little Sprouts program, she saw the direction we were trying to take that program in terms of getting our students through the Parapro to become instructional assistants and then hopefully return to us as teachers through the Red Slippers program. And so she connected us with ODU, had her team reach out, and they collaborated on a phone call with us with the Department of VDOE and connected us to ODU. And then Ms. Street and I worked with ODU to get on board with the grant. We actually signed our letter of commitment the day before the grant was due. So we were really late to the game, but lucky to get in on that so that we can, I mean, this can be life-changing for someone to go from an instructional assistant position into a teaching position free of charge. It can be life-changing for them and their family. So we're really excited to be able to offer that opportunity for some of those that work for us.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just wanted to state the State Superintendent, Dr. Coons, on her visit, as Mrs. Sullivan mentioned, was so very impressed with the Little Sprouts that day, stated to me she was going to invite us to be a part of this work. So because of the great work that is occurring in our school division, we've been invited to be a part of other opportunities by some of the highest officials in the state, that being the state superintendent, and we were on a conference call with her chief of staff, Dr. Raley. Mm-hmm. So again, because of the incredible work that's occurring, we've been invited to be a part of additional work. So I wanted to sing the praises of Mrs. Sullivan, Mrs. Getz, and others in our instructional area for doing great work.
That's outstanding.
Yeah.
That's outstanding, it really is.
Any questions?
Is there any commitment for staying in the county after they get this?
So it's not, there isn't one currently required. That is something that ODU is leaving up to individual divisions. They are suggesting that we build that into our application and commitment process, that you might consider doing like a 5-year commitment to remain in Isle of Wight, or you have to, return some kind of fee or, pay back part of that. And like Dr. Kramer had shared, the goal of this grant is not to have it just affect these 5 individuals, but to build a model where teacher prep programs are working closely with school divisions to create this pipeline, and then eventually build it into between our budgets and their budgets to build this very affordable pipeline into place to affect future candidates. And so that could be something that we would want to think about. Would we want to have that commitment in those ways as well?
Yeah, the military has a similar model.
Absolutely.
You get a degree, you owe us so many years.
Mm-hmm. And many divisions do that for other programs. Like they'll offer master's degrees and that sort of thing, and they'll require a commitment to stay in the division for a certain number of years. Mm-hmm. Any other questions?
Good work.
All right, we'll let you know when it's approved.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Dr. Kramer. Ms. Loud and I are here tonight to share an update on the school performance and support framework. I'm really here just for moral support. Ms. Loud is really going to take the lead on this, and I'm going to let her get started.
Okay.
I'll do this, yeah.
Okay, so
As you're doing that and getting prepared, may I offer a few introductory comments? So, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, as we were developing the agenda last week, I shared with you that there was an additional item that might be added, this being it. So this framework is being developed as we speak. So lots of credit goes to Mrs. Loud and to Mrs. Getz and their teams to be aware of this, sharing this information with our principals and our schools. It is being built literally as we speak. It is evolving. Some information was shared at the state level maybe 2 weeks ago, and I shared with our staff that I would ask that we apprise the board of some of the changes that are occurring but do know that this is still evolving and being developed as we speak. So this is the most up-to-date, latest version, but do know that this is evolving and changing. Mrs. Loud and I are constantly being invited to meetings with the DDOTs and myself with the superintendents around the state. So just wanted to share that this is an evolving process, and Ms. Loud is the resident expert, as Mrs. Getz stated. So I will allow her to share the latest information. She's our resident expert. She knows more than anyone else in our county at this stage. So with that, wanted to give you just a little time to get set up and to give a few introductory comments. So thank you.
Thank you. So as a reminder, the framework's made up of 3 components at each level. Elementary and middle include mastery, growth, and readiness. And then at high school, it's mastery, readiness, and graduation. So this is the same slide that you saw back in October. And the weights are there for you. Okay, so the mastery component at all of the levels is based on an index where students are awarded varying numbers of points based on their proficiency level on SOL assessments. So a student who scores in the pass advanced range gets 1.25 points, as opposed to a student who fails the test in the basic range, they would just get 0.75 points. So the weights at each level are in the top row in those boxes, and then in the bottom row are the final scores based on those index calculations. These are not pass rates. Okay, so that's really important to understand, that 46, the 53, those are not pass rates. Those are index calculations. So it's easiest to think of that percentage in the top as kind of the potential score. So for example, Carsville earned 53.9 points out of 65. So that's kind of an easier way to think through that. So these scores include reading, math, and science. So you'll see there's an asterisk by Carsville and Hardy. That's because these 2 schools do not assess science because they don't have a 5th grade. At high school, the calculations are done as a cohort. So over the 4-year career of the students, those scores include Algebra 1, Biology, and end of course reading. So just as a reminder, one of the primary objectives of the redesign of this system was to align federal and state accountability systems. So those are the tests that Virginia has selected to be part of their federal accountability. So that's why those are the tests that are now being used in state accountability.
So the bottom row are index scores. And if you're telling me that we look at those as if they were ratios. So for your elementary schools, it's the bottom index number as compared to 65. And then the middle school would be Georgie Tyler's 47.9 to 60.
Correct.
So on and so forth.
Correct.
What about West Side when your grades are a little bit skewed there? So you've got 6th grade here, right? How's that work?
Yeah, so Westside is covered under the elementary. So a middle school is a school with 8th grade in it, unless they also have 12th grade, and then it's a high school. So they do have a whole separate set of calculations for those unique configurations. But Westside is considered an elementary.
So there's a little bit of bleed over there for the 6th grade.
There is, yeah. Okay. Okay, so for readiness, at all levels, this is where the chronic absentee comes in, and that's kind of one of the holdovers from our previous accreditation system. For middle school, the readiness component also includes middle school students who are taking advanced coursework in math. In year 2, they are adding a performance task for elementary and middle school, but that's still in development. So, you know, to Dr. Kramer's point about it still being in the works. We're going to be assessed on that, in future years, but it's not even written yet. So that performance task is being developed. In high school, the readiness component includes the 3E framework and a 6-year graduation rate. So as a reminder, 3E is employment, enlistment, or enrollment, and it's based on the courses and assessments that are taken throughout high school. So when Cameron was talking about the ASVAB assessment earlier, that's one of the assessments that can be used to earn points in the 3E readiness piece. So the numbers here for high school are based on the data provided or released publicly by VDOE last week. I do want to clarify, these numbers are different from what we were provided from VDOE in mid-October. And so the scores that we got previously were significantly higher than these scores and actually would have put our high schools in another category. So it really kind of illustrates the point that this plane is still being built and we're in the air. Okay.
And I just want to reiterate on this point real quick. The numbers that we were provided in October would have made both of our high schools distinguished, but these numbers do not put them in that category. So just things are changing very quickly and often.
Which numbers change? The top
Nope.
row or the bottom row?
The bottom.
So you guys aren't calculating that. This is coming from
Correct.
DOE.
Correct.
And do we know how they're getting these numbers?
We're
working on
it. So the higher numbers that they initially provided included work-based learning experiences that our students had during their high school career. These numbers do not include work-based learning experiences. So they've made the decision to not include that in the calculations. And
in other words, the TTE was working to our advantage.
Correct.
And they pulled that away.
Part of it, yeah.
But we'll see later. It's important to note our schools are still in really good shape.
Yes.
So we'll talk about that. I just wanted to note that. I didn't want to be the board to be too alarmed by that.
So for the growth component, that's at elementary and middle, and it's another index calculation. So students are awarded points based on how their growth compares to the growth of all students across the state. So it's not a single measure, it's a comparison with other students. So a student who makes significantly more growth than other students across the state earns 1.25 points, whereas a student who makes less growth would earn 0.5, and a student who makes no growth earns 0.
And this growth is determined based off SOL scores year over year?
So it's a statistical calculation that they use. Without getting too technical, they predict. So the state contracts with VBOS, and there is a prediction for each student, and then there's the actual score for each student. So there's a predicted score and an actual score. The difference between them is the student's growth. Then they take that and put it on a bell curve with the rest of the students across the state. So, so students who are on to the right of the bell curve get 1.25. Students on the left of the bell curve get 0.5.
Predicted based off what?
Their assessment history and the assessment history of all students who have taken that test, which
each individual student?
Yes, so the individual student's test history and then the test history of all students who have taken the test in the past. So that is why growth is only available for 4th through 8th. 3rd grade is not available, which is why Carrollton is not on there. So Carrollton does not have this component at all.
And again, I can't make out in my mind if Westside's getting an advantage or disadvantage for having 6th grade stuck in a group.
It would be neither. They are, their sixth grade assessments are being counted as elementary. There's nothing that they're missing out on from the middle school assessment piece or component piece.
Interesting.
This is not intuitive, meaning you're not going to look at this the first time and make sense of this. And we've looked at it a lot more than once or twice and are still digesting this. I think the more we bring this back to you as it develops and evolves, it does begin to make a bit more sense. So you need to be made aware of this because this is a huge change at the state level, and this is how our schools are being assessed. So just know that we're going to be sharing this in the future. Again, as the state develops this, we will keep you apprised and made aware of where we are. I see the consternation on your faces here.
So I get paid to sit and study numbers and statistics and trends. That's what I do for a living, and this is blowing my mind. I got more questions than anything else, so I'm warning you now.
And so do we, and you know, just to think back, this was to make it easier to understand the process for accreditation, which that's not the term that's used anymore, but it's supposed to be a simplified version.
Mr. Collett, can I put you on point, sir? So are you still going to the SBMA thing next month?
Yes.
So I have their agenda, and one of their agenda items is an explanation of the new accountability framework, and it's going to be the Virginia Board of Education President Grace Creasy and Dr. Meg Bryce. Okay. So my ask to you, sir, is to take notes and ask questions.
I will be there.
And if there's anything specific, maybe Mr. Colick, I'll put him out there. Here's your conduit.
Yeah.
I might be coming to you with a list if I can't get my questions answered. Yeah. So for high school, the graduation component is based on the four-year federal graduation rate. So for the 2024 cohort, so this is the group of kids who graduated last year, the graduation rate for Smithfield High was 92.3, and for Windsor High was 89.4. So those numbers are then multiplied by the weight to get the index scores. So that's where the 13.84 and the 13.42 came from. So I want to note that these numbers are actually different from what was released publicly. I was unable to replicate the numbers that were released publicly. And so because I was unable to replicate and explain them, I didn't want to give them to you. So I haven't been able to get an answer to my question. So Mr. Colick, that might be one for you. But it's another example of how the calculations still are muddy. Yeah, they're still a mystery. So these are the actual numbers. These are the actual federal graduation rate multiplied by the weight. So, all right. So each of those component scores gets added together to get an overall score. So here are our overall scores. You'll notice that Carrollton is missing. Because Carrollton is K-3, they don't have science, which is a major piece, and they don't have an entire component with the growth. So because they're missing that, they will not be assigned an overall score or a performance category. What's going to show, from what I understand, their data will be released publicly just like everyone else, but what it's going to say is insufficient data in terms of their performance category.
The average person will look at that and go, oh, they're all screwed up.
Uh-huh. Potentially. So I think it's something that we need to look at.
Well, that's why it requires us to provide that clarity and elaborate on what's going on and the why.
So, just a reminder, these are the 4 performance categories. So the overall score then gets translated into a performance category. So distinguished, on track, off track, and needs intensive support. And if you'll remember back in September, I said I hope to be telling you that all of our schools are on track or distinguished. And they are.
So if we had a school that was off track, and it says schools will receive additional support from VDOE, what exactly does that mean?
It depends on where the off track comes in. So it would likely be something.
Growth.
It would likely be something similar to the current system of support, where there are an academic review is done, and then specific technical assistance is made in the areas that either the school or the VDOE identify.
And we may have to create an action plan to address the deficits. That's what we currently have to do.
Okay. But
we don't know because we don't have any off track right now.
Yeah.
So did I miss, did we show the overall scores? Was that?
Yes.
That was included? Okay.
Yeah, that was 2.
Mr. Cooprider, would you go back to one there?
Here.
I would like to note as well, if you look at these numbers and where our schools are, just take a gander at these numbers. And then if you go back to the one slide down, back to the performance categories.
It's 90, yes.
You will see all of our schools are on track and some are approaching distinguished.
Yes.
So I think that is really, really important for us to note. So every school, with the exception of Carrollton, not because it's their fault, they just do not qualify, are on track, and again, many are approaching distinguished. As Mrs. Getz stated earlier, Mrs. Loud, one of the calculations would have had our high schools at the distinguished level. So this is pretty simple, I think, to understand. But it shows that our schools are in really good shape. Our educators are doing a great job, and our students are as well. So, yeah, I think that warrants us noting.
I don't want to throw shade on the VDOE. I think this is a huge undertaking and probably much needed. And I applaud you for trying to stay ahead of this and putting the information out as you get it. I guess I would offer this: if there's anything that you need that this board can provide, then bang the drum and we'll bang it with you. So
I appreciate that.
I'm pretty sure you've got everyone's support. We'll help get you what you need.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And the concern is consistent throughout the state. As I stated earlier, Ms. Loud and I are on calls with our colleagues, and the concern is voiced around the state about the pace at which this is being rolled out. I think you made a really good point, and that is, I think people welcome, modifications in the adjustment, but it's being unveiled at a very rapid pace. So we'll try to keep up, and we'll try to keep you informed and apprised of what those changes are as soon as we are made aware.
Any other questions that I can try and answer?
Mr. Collick, you're on point, sir.
I get as much information as I can.
We're sending in the Marines, sir.
Hopefully I can understand it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, ladies.
Thank you, Ms. Loud and Ms. Getz, and continue the great work. Keep us informed. Continue to educate me as well. I'm learning alongside you all.
For sure.
Okay. Cell phone policy?
Yep. So before you is the first read of our cell phone policy. As you know, we've really already implemented this from day one, which I am so thankful that you all were supportive and in agreement of that, because I feel like it's made the process much simpler to have done it from the very beginning instead of having to shift mid-year. But I would like to just take any questions that you might have on the current proposed policy.
I think it was well written. I didn't have any problems with it.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Maybe not a question, a comment, something to ponder. And I already sent this to you, Dr. Kramer. The Virginia Senate has put up Senate Bill 738, which it puts some caveats to how this may or may not be implemented. So I welcome your feedback on that, and if the board needs to collaborate and take a position and maybe push back up to the state, then I think I'd certainly head that effort up. I don't like legislators telling schools how to run schools. I didn't like the bill, so
yeah, I would have
for
to
another day.
Oh,
but
sorry.
Yeah, I'll send it to you if you don't already have it. But
we have it. Yes.
And I would have to agree with you that I think at the surface it might sound like a really good idea. You don't want to ever suspend students needlessly, but sitting in a classroom full of, let's just say, high schoolers, and if they choose to get on their cell phone and we have nothing to prevent them from doing that, it's going to put our teachers in really tough positions. And right now we're doing a good job. I mean, it's being implemented, it's being monitored. We've had some issues with students refusing to turn over their cell phones. And then at that point, it's insubordination. An administrator has requested that you turn over an item, you're refusing, that's insubordination. So we do look at suspension in that case. It's mainly been for those reasons when we've had to discipline.
For the listening audience and anyone who may not be familiar, the proposed legislation basically hamstrings schools and says, whatever the case is, you cannot suspend a student for violating a cell phone policy.
Yes.
You must have a policy.
Yeah. You must have a policy. They are not to be used, but you may not discipline through a suspension or class removal if they violate the policy.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, for your support with that. As Ms. Getz stated, in theory, of course, no one wants to suspend a student. But if we're mandated to have a policy that states you can't have a cell phone, and if they're very small minority of students, the vast majority of our students are complying. But in that rare case, what options do we have? So I do concur with you that to put those constraints in place, it makes it really difficult for our educators to implement said policy. But thus far, we, I think, are operating effectively as much as we can at this stage. I'm very pleased with where we are overall. Obviously, it's not perfect, but I think I will say this, I'm pleasantly surprised. I thought we would get a bit more resistance than we are getting. Now, it could change, and there might be some educators out there saying, you're not aware of what's occurring, but I think overall, I'm hearing from the schools that we are fairly effective at the implementation of this new policy.
Keep us posted, and we'll keep an eye on the bill as it moves up. Who knows where that goes?
Yes. Any other questions? All righty, thank you.
Let's see. Doc Coleman, I think you're back up, sir.
Mr. Chair, this is just a quick operations update. First of all, the crisis management team, I think that you all know we met last month, and we got an opportunity to discuss with both police officials, with Sheriff Clark, the Chief Riddle, Chief Howell, and several other members of the division, weapons detection systems, security vestibules, rapid emergency management, lockdown procedures, and evacuation and reunification, all of those items that DCJS requires us to do. We did meet those requirements. We met, and they had a really good conversation concerning getting into our buildings, training, ensuring that they understand the floor plan. Next is the division fire marshal visits. Every school passed the overall visit. There were 2 violations, and I have those violations. Both dealt with backflow preventers. We're already working through those issues, and we will call for reinspection. Once again, all schools passed, but 2 violations, both were backflow preventer issues. Not the whole backflow preventer shutdown, just issues with those that we're working through that now. Next is the Windsor High School track progress. We heard us talk about that before. So in the next 2 weeks, Windsor High School will have all of the older rubber on the track taken off at this time. So that's the first step, taking the rubber off, disposing of that. So that's going to happen in the next 2 weeks. So that's our beginning timeline for track at Windsor High School. And then once again, it's the Windsor High School sinkholes. I did get an opportunity to talk to Mr. Bowman today, and he said that today and tomorrow they will be scoping the pipes and getting down to what's going on with those pipes. So there's progress being made. So I thank Mr. Chair for pushing it, and Mr. Woods, Mr. Collick, Ms. Perkins, and Mr. Cunningham just for pushing the issue along with the Windsor sinkholes.
You said you spoke to him today?
I spoke to him today. Spoke to him today around, I believe, 2 o'clock.
Is he going to be there tomorrow?
I don't know. I can check to see if he's going to be there tomorrow.
I might drive by there. I'd
Okay.
love to meet him and shake his hand.
Right.
He's the only one that seems to be able to make anything happen. So
Right, and
good on him.
they're moving forward. So I don't want to go into details of everything that they're doing at this time, but I will definitely give a briefing after they complete what they need to do. And the last one is the Westside Elementary septic issue. All right. Just the other day, last Tuesday, it was a Westside Elementary sewer line issue. Now, it was an 8-inch sewer pipe burst, and it was a terracotta sewer line. And it controls all of the restrooms from door 31 to the STEM rooms, from half of the building. The issues with the toilets, we had to shut them down. They had to be jetted out multiple times, and we ended up removing the broken section, including where the roots were located at. What you see on the right-hand side are the roots and everything that was in that 8-inch pipe. We'll install a new pipe, PVC section, including this area, and install a clean-out for future if needed. Now, I wanted to pinpoint this because these are those items that are non-budgeted expenses. These are those items that comes up. At this time, I'm still waiting on a cause for this because this is an emergency fix based off of what had occurred. But looking at this as a non-budgeted expense, what we need to understand is 3 years ago, this occurred maybe 20 feet from where it occurred at just now. There's one 8-inch sewer pipe that runs from the STEM room on the other side of the building all the way to the other side of the gym. There's one 8-inch pipe. That entire pipe is a terracotta pipe. That pipe can burst at any time. So when we're looking at the amount of CIP funding that we get for maintenance, we always need to keep in mind these non-budgeted expenses that comes up and has to be fixed immediately. Something of this nature, if we did not have those funds, the $250 to fall back on, it bursts, we can't pay for it, I have to wait, we might have to call an emergency meeting based off that emergency meeting, then we have to go to the Board of Supervisors, get that funding. We're looking at 2-3 weeks maybe to fix something of this nature, depending upon the cost. So I just want to make sure I brought that to everyone's attention. And that concludes the operational status of items for the month of November, if there are any questions.
Real quick, sir. You shared with me that I think everybody on the board is familiar. Some time ago, I had a handful of people raised comments about a lack of a crosswalk and school zone signs on Church Street in front of Windsor. And so it seems to be Mr. Bowman has initiated a study.
Yes.
Right? Did he speak to that later today?
Not today. I can't really speak to that. We just really focused on the sinkholes, but that conversation did come up.
The short story, they're going to do a study and try to figure out how to move forward.
Right, just try to figure out how to move forward, but it's nothing substantial yet of who's going to do what.
Right. And then we consulted with the attorney, and in accordance with Virginia code, it seems to be that the cost of installing any sort of a blinking light or crosswalk, the cost would actually fall on the schools.
It would fall on the schools.
So, VDOT's going to do a study. We'll figure out how much it costs, and then that'll be something that eventually we'll get presented with an option on whether or not we want to try to fund that proceed.
Absolutely. Whether it just be the markings across the road or actual signs going up.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Doc?
Thank you, sir, Mr. Chair. So October and the first week and a half in November have been very busy, so let's take you through. Let's start, as always, with the ISLE Awards. So congratulations to our ISLE Award recipients. Upper left, bus driver Alicia Ely received the Inspire ISLE Award. Top right, Dr. Tiffany Truitt is one of our instructional coordinators, and Dr. Truitt received the Succeed ISLE Award. Bottom left, Carrollton Elementary Principal, Mr. Bob Brennan, received the Lead ISLE Award. And bottom right, a host of individuals there, the Best Buddies program at Smithfield High School, including students and sponsors Alyssa Kennedy, Jill Gwaltney, and Tracy Peters, received the Empower ISLE Award. Congratulations to all of our October ISLE Award recipients. Next, our bus driver breakfast. In honor of School Bus Driver Transportation Employees Day, Wight County Schools celebrated bus drivers with an appreciation breakfast. The culinary arts students, under the direction of Chef Horn and Chef Hagen, treated the drivers to an incredible home-cooked breakfast. So thank you, members of the Transportation Department and our culinary arts students and staff, for appreciating our bus drivers. And you see the photos there. And it was held at Turner and 10. So we had a wonderful event there. And again, you see the photos where we are showing our appreciation to our bus drivers. Next, the Education Gala, the Education Foundation Gala, along with many members of our staff. I had the pleasure of attending the gala this year. Thank you, Education Foundation, for Isla White Public Schools Committee, for all that you did to organize the awesome Sneaker Ball Gala. And yes, we wore sneakers in our nice dressed outfits. And thank you, community members, for your support and generosity as well. This was a great event that will benefit our students and staff with additional resources. And I don't know if we have an amount yet. Ms. Briggs might be able to give us how much they raised at another time. But lots of funds were raised there, and we had a blast. I really enjoyed myself there. And a couple of our board members joined us as well. Vice Chair Wooster and Board Member Perkins were there in attendance as well. Next, the Superintendent Advisory Committee meeting. Since our last school board meeting, I've had the chance to meet with all three superintendent advisory groups, the Student Advisory, the Employee Advisory, and the Parent Advisory Committees. Thank you to all of the members of the advisories on the successful first meetings of the year. The advice, recommendations, and input are greatly appreciated and valued. And board members, I will be sharing some of these recommendations with each of you as we will soon be discussing the 2026 budget priorities. Dr. Coleman mentioned this, so I will be very brief. The division crisis team meeting Again, thank you, members of the School Division Crisis Team, for taking time out of your busy schedules to support and discuss ways that we as the School Division can continue to improve our schools and community. As he stated earlier, included in this meeting were our county officials, local police departments, both Smithfield and Windsor, the county sheriff, and members from the county's emergency management service departments. And these meetings give us an opportunity to share the status, what's occurring, and what our needs are. So we are able to have a very robust conversation. I appreciate it being a part of that conversation as well. My visit to Versability, I had a great visit with the organization Versability in Hampton, Virginia, where I learned about the resources available and how they can help students in our community with disabilities. I will be working with Versability to share more about their services and employment opportunities for students with disabilities in our community. We will be inviting them perhaps to an upcoming board meeting, hopefully in either the winter or spring. I extend a special thank you to President and CEO Keisha Grzelkowski and Executive Vice President Casey Roberts. And Mr. Roberts actually was a former employee of ours, I think, principal at Smithfield High School several years ago. So again, I found out that they offer numerous opportunities and services to individuals with disabilities, and will certainly ensure that our community, our parents, and students are made aware of what those opportunities are. The Veterans Day ceremonies. Thank you to all of the Wight County Schools for honoring our military veterans at our Veterans Day events. Thank you, veterans, as was shared earlier, for your service and sacrifices, including all of our IWCS staff and certainly our board members as well. Although I was not able to attend all of these celebrations, given that some occurred at the same time, I did, however, have the pleasure of attending events at Carsville Elementary this year and Smithfield Middle. Again, thank you, students and staff, for recognizing our amazing veterans. Chair, you mentioned this earlier, the Teacher Quality Partnership TQP Media event. It was an honor for Wight County Schools to be part of the Tidewater Education Consortium event at Norfolk State with our partners from Norfolk State University, Suffolk Public Schools, and Portsmouth Public Schools to announce the $9 million Teacher Quality Partnership federal grant. It was a wonderful event, and School Board Chairman Marsh and I had the privilege of speaking at the event. Also, Vice Chair Wooster was present and supported the event as well. As I stated earlier, we will be providing the board and the community with updates on the TQP grant at an upcoming board meeting. And last, the academic jacket ceremonies. On Wednesday and Thursday of this week, I had the pleasure of actually being a part of and attending the academic jacket and all A's ceremonies at both Smithfield High and Windsor High Schools. Congratulations to the amazingly talented students of both high schools for receiving this tremendous academic honor. We're so proud of our hardworking and talented students. Students, please continue the great work, and thank you, Smithfield High and Windsor High Schools, staff members and administrators, for coordinating and offering such a rewarding and deserving event for our students and families. And I stated last, there is one last thing here, the community play. And last, and although I do not have a visual image to share, I, along with other staff members, and I think a board member as well, had the pleasure of attending, a few board members maybe, had the pleasure of attending a community play, Xanadu, I think is the title, at the Smithfield Little Theater, featuring our very own board clerk, Mrs. Jessica Whitlow, who I might add, absolutely, who I might add was fabulous in her performance, skating around on her roller skates. So wanted to end with that. Didn't want to embarrass you, but it was a joy attending a community event, and Jessica is an active member, thespian in our community, so I wanted to acknowledge you, Mrs. Whitlow. And Mr. Chair, that concludes my superintendent's update.
Thank you, sir. All right, that takes us to item 19.1, another action item. That's the personnel report and addendum.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the personnel report and addendum as presented, a copy of which can be obtained from the school board clerk.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yes.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes, motion passes. Moving right along, item 20.1, consent agenda, action item.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as attached and presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yes.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes, motion passes. Takes us to item 21.1. It's an informational item, regulations and exhibits. Anyone have any comments or questions on any of those?
No.
I did have one issue. On the ones with the bus stop, I didn't like the part where we're asking the students to be there 10 minutes before pickup time. I understand the reasoning behind it, but my concern is the safety of kids standing at a bus stop for 10 minutes. So I'm not a fan of that particular part, although I do understand the reasoning behind it. I get that, but the safety of the kids comes first, and I don't feel that it's safe for kids to just stand around a bus stop for 10 minutes without any adults. So.
Do you have a recommendation? These aren't really action items, so if you have a recommendation.
I mean, my recommendation would to take out that particular sentence with the recommendation that they be there 10 minutes before pickup time. If they're not there when the bus comes in, I have no problem with, if they're not waiting, then, you know, that's on them, but to ask them to be there 10 minutes early, I disagree with.
And I can say that's done because there can be fluctuations based on the assigned
Which I understand.
Right.
And that's on them to pay attention, to watch for the bus, whatever. But.
And some of the things that you hear tonight concerning buses being late due to driver changes and different things of that nature, route changes at the last minute, if some sort of window, some sort of barrier is not put in place, then we do risk having more issues of individuals not being at the bus stop on time, or a bus showing up maybe 3 minutes early or maybe 3 minutes late that throws off those times. So a buffer, maybe we can look at the 10 minutes and reduce it down to maybe 5 minutes, but a buffer may be needed, but we can definitely look at that.
Which I understand, and if the kids aren't at the bus stop, I'm not making any suggestion that we sit there and wait hoping that a kid eventually comes out. My thing is, what does that put on us as a school system if we're saying, hey, you need to have your kids out waiting at this bus stop alone for 10 minutes? If something happens in that 10 minutes, are they going to look back, you told me to have my kid out here, you required this, or, I mean, it's a request, but.
Right.
So my concern is that safety issue right there.
Right. We could definitely take a peek at that once again and review it.
What if he took out should be and just put it is recommended?
It's still the same concept. We're still suggesting that these children stand at a bus stop for 10 minutes.
I could argue
a lot
that.
of them unsupervised.
I think you could argue that if you just took it out and then you made it clear that if they weren't there and you were leaving, then it's all the same thing. It's almost a moot point.
No, because this is our recommendation that they stand there. So again, that's on the parent of when they get there, that's on the child. If we put in a recommendation, that kind of puts us in the spotlight if, of safety. We're not providing any security or safety for the children at this bus stop. So for us to recommend that, I'm just not a fan. I don't think it's a good idea.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, sir.
This is a regulation, so if I can have a conversation, if staff and I can offline, look at this language and perhaps have a conversation with Board Member Perkins about some language that might be satisfactory.
Sure. I mean, you don't need board approval on any of this.
Sure, correct.
So yeah, you guys work it out.
Okay.
If I could just add a little bit of context as well. Both items that are being added to this regulation have been a practice for decades. Our problem that we often find, I often say we are a division of storytellers. We have things that we say, but often we can't find it in writing. So this was a way to put in writing what we have been telling parents for many, many years, both the parent and guardian being present for drop-off, as well as the 10 minutes. And actually, when we share information on bus routes being available, we do include that language. It's on our website right now under transportation. It's in the newsletters, but we've never had it in a policy or regulation. So it was just another way to emphasize the importance of having students there with that cushion.
We hear your concern as well.
Yeah.
I do want to make certain that we hear your concern, Ms. Perkins, and would ask that we have a conversation with
Yes.
Ms. Perkins offline, because I don't think any of that is going to
No.
change her view this evening. So
Once again,
with that, let's have a conversation with her about language that I think we can mutually agree to.
Okay.
I just want to add one thing to that, just my personal opinion on it. If it was me, and I'll explain why in just a second, I would actually delete the entire first paragraph. The reason for that is we do have scheduled bus routes. We do have scheduled pickup times. Parents are made aware of those. We have an obligation to meet those times, and parents have an obligation to have their children ready and available for pickup. What I'm looking at here, when you get to the visibly waiting at the designated school bus stop, what happens when it's 30 degrees outside? I can guarantee you nobody's going to send their children out to wait for 10 minutes in 30 degrees. It's just not going to happen. You know it, I know it. That's just my position on it. I would remove that whole paragraph.
And I'll explain why Mr. Fike had requested that be in there. We did have an issue where a bus went on by a stop. When we have substitute drivers, they're often looking for the children at the stops because they're not as familiar with the route. In a case, we had a parent whose child did not get picked up because they were waiting up in the house, and that substitute driver went on by. So by having the student visible, it does help when you have substitute drivers or split routes and you have drivers not as familiar. That's just the context. Once again, as Dr. Kramer said, we will have a discussion. I mean, this is a regulation. It's a practice that we've had in place for a while, but we'll discuss that and see what we can do to address your concerns.
I understand 100% exactly what you just said. And we all know how I support parents and parental rights, but parents also have an obligation to be paying attention and looking for the bus if their child is in their home. Me personally, I had an advantage where I could see a long distance, and the children stayed inside the house. I could see the bus more than a quarter mile away, so then we would go out. I'm not going to beat a dead horse.
Yes,
I don't have a dog in the fight, so I gave you my recommendation.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you. Any other comments or questions I can address? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's see, last one. 22.1 is a second read for bylaws. This is an action. And just for clarification, this was to solidify our policy committee addition to the bylaws.
I'd like to recommend adding something still that says something to the effect that these steps do not preclude a board member from placing a policy or policies on the board meeting agenda.
So we talked about this last meeting. Do you have some specific verbiage to add, ma'am?
I believe Mr. Worcester has it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
What I would like to see added under, well, Section 7.7-2, Wight County School Board Policy Committee, I would like to add a line item C, which states, board members shall not be precluded from placing policies or policy revisions on the agenda for review or first read. The first portion of that revision, hold on just a second. All right, section A, first line A, any member of the Wight County School Board can recommend a policy for review by notifying members of the Wight County School Board Policy Committee. So you can recommend, but it does not provide an option for, placing one on the agenda for review, or if the board member so chooses, to provide their own revision for placing it for first read.
So you just want to add that one line?
Just that one line.
Okay.
That's fine.
That's fine. So we'll add that in there, and then does that mean we need to put it up for another first read, or
No,
can we vote on it tonight?
as amended, yeah.
Okay. Is everybody good with that?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay. And so can you get that verbiage over to Ms. Whitlow? Okay, let's take a vote. You good with that, Ms. Perkins?
Yep, thank you.
Awesome. So then I'll move to approve the bylaws for second read as amended by Mr. Wooster.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yay.
Mrs. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Colick?
Yes.
Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes, motion passes. Good deal. Okay, 22.2. Mr. Colick, this is yours, sir.
All right, thank you. So during the last school year, several fifth graders at Carsville Elementary School stated that their school needed a basketball court, something very basic that you would think is at any public school. The traditional way of getting a basketball court would have been to send a request through the budgetary process, which would take a couple of years if the entire process went flawlessly. So 4 young men took this to their principal. And Mrs. Outland, who could have said, well, I'll see what I can do, ended up using the opportunity to show these young men that the best way forward is not to wait for the school board to act, but to do the legwork themselves if they really wanted it. During their fundraiser for the basketball court at El Rodeo in Windsor, a gentleman asked if he could help. After some discussion, this man's company, along with several other companies they work with on various projects, installed the basketball court. Now, this was an anomaly. We're not likely to have benefactors like this for everything we need. There are things that our schools need. And as I've visited schools over the last 3 years, I've seen things that need replacing that don't really cost that much, relatively speaking, but are not a priority for fixing or replacing. The belief that it can wait another year has prevailed, and many of these lower cost items now cost more to repair or replace them than they would have if they had been taken care of when first identified. Things we would like to provide our students are often out of reach. But each school has its own unique and distinct character. Each has its own priorities for changes it wants to make, but often the cost is a prohibitive factor. Using the example set by these young men from Carsville Elementary School, I would like to set aside funding for school principals to use for building and grounds improvement to purchase things they feel are needed that don't make it to the school board's priority lists. but this program would have two parts. The first part, which is 100% voluntary, would be to match anything raised by the students, the staff, parents for any specific project up to 25% of the total cost, not to exceed $10,000 per school year. And extracurricular activities would not be eligible for this unless whatever they were working on was for the entire school, not solely their programs. Now, the second part of this would be a fund maintained by the superintendent, which he can award money to schools for these same types of projects based on criteria that he establishes. And any money not used in a given fiscal year would be returned to the county with a request to return it back to the school board for one of our priorities for the following fiscal year. So I'd like the superintendent, assistant superintendent for facilities, the facilities manager, and the principals to help us determine if this is feasible. Is this something we can do? Is this something we should do? And if it is, then I would like to consider something like this in the next budget.
So pending your recommendation this year, essentially looking to set aside $90,000.
Yes.
Okay.
For part one. And probably about the same for the second part. So about $180,000.
I have no doubt that the superintendent can come up with a proposal.
Absolutely.
So $180,000 that we would include in some sort of a prioritized budget list.
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am? I hope the budget isn't as painful this year as it was last year. I can't argue with any of that. As long as we're going to be able to prioritize it, I don't think any of us can promise where it would rack and stack in a priority list. It's a lot of money.
Oh, it is. But I think, you know, if it provides some type of incentive in the schools, the different schools have, you know, their own school community, and if they want to do something unique within their school, like, you know, they did up in Carsville with the basketball court, and they raised the money, I think it would be good to match a little bit of that. Not every penny, because we can't afford that. But if we match some of it, I think that would be helpful.
The one thing you said that I couldn't agree more with is the fact that the budgeting process and getting stuff like that through is a very painstaking process.
Yes.
So, yeah, I think in principle everything about that is well intended.
Yep.
Any other comments?
If I may, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Collick and I have had this conversation as well. I certainly agree with that in theory, and I appreciate you mentioning that this would need to be budgeted because it would be really difficult for us to find dollars in the operating budget as it currently exists. And I think all my fellow former principals here would agree with me, and our current principals would agree. There are numerous things that they would love to do for their students and staff, and the funding isn't there. And there's but so much you can do fundraising. So lots of variables there with your recommendation, but I'll speak broadly that I absolutely support finding dollars to be able to give principals and staff members so that they don't always have to raise funds. We can support them and supplement some of those efforts. So I absolutely agree with you, sir, that this is certainly needed, and our schools, our staff, our administrators would, I'm sure, would agree with that as well.
Sounds like you've got your tasking, sir. Anything else? Thanks, Mr. Collick. Look forward to some additional information. All right. I think that we're going to wrap this up, folks. Board member comments. Who wants to go first? Mr. Cunningham?
Oh, I really don't have anything to say other than I'd like to thank Smithfield High School for the shirts that we all have received. Really appreciate that. And you'll probably see me on a golf course with this shirt on or at one of the school board meetings. Thank you again. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
If you ever take me up.
Ms. Perkins, you have anything? Mr. Colick?
Yeah, I think wearing those shirts at some school board meetings would probably be a good thing. We've got so many, let's start wearing them. So last month, I visited the New Horizons Regional Education Center's EMT class in Hampton. That's a high school program, as I'm sure everybody here knows. And during a discussion I had with Mr. Brittingham, he's the instructor, and Mr. Ray, the principal, they asked if we'd like to send some students to their course, and inferring it would be on a space available basis. So I talked with Dr. Kramer and asked him to meet with Mr. Ray and see if we can reasonably participate in this as early as next year. So that's all in Dr. Kramer's court right now, and hopefully we can get somewhere with that over the next year or so. And then last week I attended the Veterans Day ceremony at Windsor Elementary School, and the students put on a really nice show. And it was just really inspiring to see all these young kids and their teachers in the hallways as all the veterans walked through the school. And I got to have my grandson with me because I've got one grandson still at that school. And I wish I could have attended all the ceremonies because every year they're just great. But it just wasn't possible since they all went around the same time. And finally, I'd just like to close by wishing everyone a very safe and a happy Thanksgiving, which is coming up in just a couple weeks from tonight.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wooster? Nothing. Okay. Last week was pretty crazy for me. November 6th, which was Tuesday, we went, Dr. Kramer, Dr. Coleman, Mrs. Street, we went to Camp College in Smithfield, where we continued to work on the Isle Maritime Trains Academy, working to get that program set up and running. Much more to follow on that. As Dr. Kramer mentioned, November 7th, I accompanied Mr. Wooster and we went to the TEC at Norfolk State. It's a pretty neat program. I'm looking forward to seeing how that comes to fruition, sir. And then November 8th, I had the honor and privilege of being the guest speaker for Smithfield Middle School's Veterans Day Parade. I'd like to give a big shout out to the band director, Mr. Corey Franklin, retired Marine, who gave me his swagger stick. I didn't even know what a swagger stick was until the man handed me one. It's pretty cool. A shout out to the choir, the color guard, and especially Chef Horn and his culinary students. They put on a heck of a spread, as they always do, so much though as they cleaned them out. And it was pretty neat to go to the middle school, and they had the center of the school there, and Dr. Coleman was saying that was, I think, the first time since Dr. Coleman's been here where they actually utilized that center courtyard at the middle school. Excellent place. And then one of the perks of being a parent on the school board, I get to talk about all the other stuff. So last night I spent a few hours at the Windsor Dairy Queen with my daughter for the beta night where they raised a few funds. It's fun watching these kids walk around and try to rub elbows with people as they walk in. It's neat. And then my last comment's more of an ask of my fellow board members. I had a citizen reach out to me this morning and made a comment that a lot of people don't know how to get in touch with us. I kind of struggle with that, but I'm not going to argue with her. My ask is if I were to draw up some sort of a real quick letter, work with Mrs. Whitlow, and maybe we could send it out via a district news or maybe a social media post that says, hey, here's your school board. We're always available to be contacted, and put everybody's phone number and smiley face on it. Is everybody good with that? Okay. We'll work on it then. I'll bounce it by everybody before we hit send, but other than that, call it a night. Appreciate everybody.